chicane as they're approaching it now, because they just fly in there so quickly. And now it looks like Nils Benedict is actually getting held up here by a GT3 from the DRS Wave Italy machine. So that will allow Johan Arthur to continue to close that gap in more and more. Will he be close enough to make the look down to the turn one? The gap is closing. There you can see that is the severe closing rates, and Hart is going to go through on the inside. Benedict not even going to try to defend.
Absolutely. Into turn number one then, and you've got to think the big picture there, and that's exactly what Team RSO did. They thought, you know what, rather than fight that one out, let's just slot in behind, use the slipstream, get a bit of fuel saving done, and that's exactly what they've done right there. So through they go. Viva El Papo Racing Team are on pit road. They've been on pit road for a minute and a half now, probably getting some repairs done to that car, Gary, from that incident down at this corner we've just gone through now, the West Hairpin.
And the repairs have seemed to work for the time being. As you see,
they're pulling away now from pit, so 1 minute 49 is their pit stop.
Sorry about that, just had to do something over on my side, but yeah, for the time being, they seem to be doing well, at least for the moment. You can you saw them add the brake there on the pit road exit just so they didn't go into the wall, so you can get as much acceleration as possible in pit exit, but again, you just can't get too much, and it's not exactly worth risking any type of damage more than usual. So we'll see how that goes, as Team RSO and the Apex Racing Team are still not side by side as of yet from what I'm seeing, but they just might be. No, RSO staying slotted in right behind Apex.
DriveX Esports, we've not really talked about them much here in our part of the broadcast. They're kind of being on their own, really, in this race. They're in 5th place, just coming out of pit road, and Sergio Ignacio getting behind, or staying behind the wheel, should I say. Here, the DriveX car looking very mucky with all the dirt and rubber that's getting kicked up from the track here. But in 5th place, 16 seconds behind the SimSport racing car here, Nolan. And, you know, these are two teams, as we mentioned, we not really get to see that often here on one of these broadcasts. So it's great to see them doing so well in the top 5, excuse me, as my energy drink is trying to repeat on me here.
Well, I mean, it can be said that an energy drink, to say the least, will definitely try to drain your energy at the same time once it's through giving you the energy that it needs. Looking back, though, you know, to what you said, it is really good to see these teams doing so well, because like you said, we don't see them terribly often, and to see them running 4th and 5th and 6th respectively, it's absolutely incredible. Not 4th, excuse me. To see them running 5th and 6th respectively, it is like a really awesome thing to see them just running so incredibly well, especially since we don't see them a whole lot.
I want to point this out because he's still in the car for the 33. Atsi Kirchhoff. This man's a machine. How many stints has Atsi done in that car? So he's been in the car since what, lap 276. This is now lap 386 for Atsi. I mean, Garrett.
He's just lost it.
Oh, that car in front, yeah, that was the red line, Kevin van der Linde. So his teammate having issues down at the west corner. We'll have a look at that again. But Gary, as I say, Atsi Kirchhoff, a machine.
Absolutely incredible. I'm surprised. Wow, so 276, yeah, about 276. So basically 110 laps now at this point. As you see the replay of the Kevin van der Linde just losing any and all traction there just because no one has really taken that line. There's really not a lot of grip there, so the marbles may have migrated to that portion of the track. But for Atsi Kirchhoff, that is absolutely incredible to see that he's still somehow driving after all this time.
It's not just the fact that he's still driving after all this time, it's the fact that he's putting in the lap times, lap after lap, putting in these cracking times, consistent as well. And I tell you what, it's absolutely fantastic, and it just goes to show the level here, Gary, that actually works to.
It's absolutely incredible, just going as far and beyond as possible. And I'm trying to look back right now to see when the exact time, in a sense, he decided to jump in the car. So I will possibly, when you come back to me, I should be able to have it by then. But other than that, though, that is he's just on it right now. He's just absolutely going for it. So definitely determined to make it to the end, do the majority of the night stint, more than likely it seems. And I actually may have gotten the time right now, so maybe just over 3 hours he's been in the car. Since 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 44 seconds. And we're currently at 10 hours, 43 minutes, and 48 seconds. So basically about 3 hours.
Which, in a GT3 car or a GTE car, we would normally see that from drivers anyway, wouldn't we, Nolan? We would normally see that a triple stint would be around about what you would normally sort of work to, really. A double stint or triple stint for the driving. But in these prototypes, they're a bit more physical of these cars. They take a bit more patience with the throttle and with the brakes as well. They do have traction control on these cars, but they don't have ABS, so you can very easily lock up the wheels, the front wheels, as we look at this Team RSO and Apex Racing Team battle. But yeah, no, about 3 hours is about what you would normally see, actually, from a GT or GT3 driver.
Oh, absolutely. And, about 3-4 hours, it's not unreasonable to think that. And you got to think then that at the next stop, he's got to come in and get out of the car at that point, because that's when the fatigue can start to affect you. And just kind of looking through the laps again, I think he's been in the car longer than any other person in his team. He's put in like one of the longest driver stints so far throughout the past nearly 12 hours now, which is absolutely phenomenal.
So yeah, Johan Half then and Nils Benedict in 8th and 9th place. They're battling for that position overall. Red Bull Racing Esports, they're coming towards the end of their stint in GTE. They're going to be looking at about, let's see, about 8 laps or so. They're going to be coming onto pit road for them. So that's going to be, but they're only a second and a half behind the Logitech GLTC Esports racing there. So Red Bull Racing Esports are looking potentially at a podium position for them. Onto pit road at the moment, Sage Karam, the IndyCar driver, who competed at Indianapolis 500 multiple times. In fact, his best result there was 9th position. His first year, I believe it was his rookie year that he got 9th position in the Indy 500. He's jumping into the car for VRS Quanta Sim Sport number 18. They're up and away. And the Williams Gym Esports Solari car, they're on pit road at the moment getting a service, and they're going to be going up on the jacks and getting new tyres there for Agustin Canapino. They are just waiting there, and yeah, away they'll go in about 20 seconds time for them. Nobody else on pit road at the moment, and we've still got 45 cars remaining in this race. We started with 55 cars here, we're down to 45 at the moment, but we'll keep an eye then on this battle. Team RSO working their way through. Lap traffic affecting the Apex car. Johan Half having to take a very wide line there, almost ending up into the tyres there with that one. Johan flashing the lights in disagreement. Oh, chopping off the nose now. That's a little bit pushing it there. Only just get away with that, but really the number 4 car, the Jean-Alaise Esports Academy car, Simeon Lynch, I don't blame that number 4 car for not taking too kindly there, Gary, to Johan just chopping off his nose through NASCAR's Turn 1 and 2.
And that was definitely a little bit too close for comfort and something that you wouldn't do, even though, I mean, the thing is that 4 car held his line, really. It wasn't really the fault of the 4 car. All he did, he just held his line on the left-hand side in turn 6, so I'm pretty sure the initial light flashing there was saying, hey, I was there, so you can probably come down. I don't know what the initial one was, but definitely the flashing of the lights out of turn 2 onto the back straightaway, that definitely was saying, hey, you did not have to do that. So definitely nothing wrong with what the 4 did there on turn 6.
As we carry on through the go then, and yeah, they're still battling it out then, Team RSO. But the thing is, with Team RSO, they'd be best just sitting there, as we've mentioned time and again, sitting there, getting a little bit of fuel saving happening, and trying to sort of keep things calm and try and manage their fuel strategy and fuel usage. So yeah, as they go through, CTC Racing Red have just been overtaken by the VRS Quantum Sim Sport number 88 car further down in your Daytona prototype field. And Nolan, if you're VRS Quantum Sim Sport, you'll be nothing but disappointed with how it's gone for the 18 and the 88 car, because they qualified first, second and third.
Yeah, so obviously with the incidents that occurred earlier on in the race, it is such a shame to be seeing, you know, that they are so far down the order right now. There is still a lot of time left in this race, keep in mind, but it's not going to be enough to really get back to the top, because they're sitting 3 and 8 laps down. And unfortunately, especially for Keegan Leahy in the number 88, I don't think he can work his way back up, because the next car up front, which is Radicals Online's JRT, is 4 laps ahead of him.
Yeah, that's it. It's a big gap for them, and really, you just got to carry on going and get to the end of the race and hope that maybe you pick up some positions from cars retiring and dropping out here in this one. But it's been a good rate of attrition so far in this race. So far, if you're keeping a track, it's 3 prototype cars, 2 GTE cars, and then 5 GT3 cars that have all retired out of this race here so far today, as Apex Racing Team make their way through the GTE traffic of the Red Bull Racing Esports car. 2 cars on pit road at the moment. We've got Pure Racing Team with Dennis Grabowski. They are taking a service there, and S2V Esports 50 seconds on pit road. Now, considering that a fuel-only pit stop is 35 seconds, I have a funny feeling here, Gary, that he maybe picked up a speeding in the pit lane penalty, which is 15 seconds.
Yeah, the penalty is not going to help out in that long run, especially even, I believe even all these cars actually will have some type of pit speed limiter, so it kind of goes to not only when using the road course, but also the oval. You just want to get in the pit road as quickly as possible, but not to the point where you're overspeeding on pit entry, which in that case will more than likely and definitely, unless you're really lucky, it will lead to a pit road penalty. So you have to be really careful, and in this case, use that pit speed limiter as often as possible, and really just don't try and take chances, even though you are, it's better to be slower on pit entry rather than try and get that speed right at the line and risk overspeeding.
And well, I was going to actually turn to you as well there, Gary, for your expertise of coming onto pit road here, because yeah, you've done the NASCARs, of course, but it's pretty much the same entry onto pit road here. It's a really wide entry, and it's so difficult. You're turning all the time whilst braking for pit road as well, aren't you?
Yeah, not only that, it's the fact that you have to, for the oval portion at least, you have to hope that you're on the inside lane through NASCAR's 3 and 4, like, well, pretty much everybody here. So you stick to this lane right here, and then you just have to hope for the best that there's either that pretty much you just don't get run over from behind is the thing, because, well, if you're in a big group of cars, like you pretty much always are in the 500 for the most part, you have to hope that you, A, don't get run over from behind, B, that everyone else is giving space and not trying to fly through on the inside and try and take up whatever space possible. And risk colliding with other cars on pit entry. So really, it's just a whole lot as we see Sebastian Job try and make a move on the right-hand side, and he might have it. He might not have it. Yeah, he's got actually the momentum through the travel, and he'll get the position at the start-finish line here for, I believe, class position P3.
It certainly is, Gary. So third place for Sebastian Job. Interesting to point out, we did actually get the official confirmation that it is Job, is his surname. Pronunciation. Ben Constanduras found that out by asking him at the Porsche Sim Racing Summit in 2018, December 2018. So so it is Sebastian Job who is in third place now. Driver who's just come out of pit road, Kevin van der Linde. He has taken fuel only, and down into the International Horseshoe and immediately locking his front wheels there. And Nolan, it's so easy to go into the pits, take fuel only, so you're on older tyres anyway. The tyres cool down that little bit whilst you sat there on pit road, and then you get out there, jump on the brakes, it doesn't quite stop as quickly as you expect.
Well, I'm thinking the reason why that is because your tires have tended to cool off that little bit while you are sitting in the pit lane, because they're not spinning at all, they're sitting there. So that's part of the reason why it's so much easier to lock it up coming out of the pits. Not to mention, sometimes you actually try to brake a little bit later because you are going a bit slower on the exit of the pit lane here. And sometimes it is possible to overshoot what should be your braking point at any given rate. As Radicals Online, JRT is into the pits right now and undergoing service. They are now off and away.
Veras Quinn Simspot, Keegan Lee again on pit road for him. So another service there for the prototype. As I was actually wanting to look at the Red Bull Racing Esports car, because speaking of Sebastian Job, talking about him quite a bit, he's onto pit road as well now for a service. So definitely good to see the service going on there for them. For interest of people who are watching, there is only one Ferrari in this field, and it is this car coming around right now, which is the Tête Rouge racing car. Florian Denard is behind the wheel of that car at the moment as they head on through turn number 1 in 13th. They are the only one of the GTE Ferraris there, and the only Porsche in the field is the Burton Kligerman Esports car, Christian Challoner behind the wheel for them. So that is how things stand at the moment as they go through the final turn, and they'll be putting another lap in the books there for them. So we're seeing plenty of action here. We're coming up towards the end of another hour here in the Daytona 24 Hours, the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours here on the iRacing Esports Network. And right now, why don't we take you on board with the man and the machine himself at Kirkov and give you a little bit of RaceSpot TV fan immersion. There we go then, couple of laps of fan immersion there for you from the Daytona International Speedway here on the iRacing Daytona 24 hours here on the iRacing Esports Network. If you are watching here on YouTube, then please go ahead and feel free to subscribe to the channel. We would appreciate it if you did. And really keep you up to date with everything that's going on in terms of the iRacing Esports Network, in terms of all the streams that we have and all the series that we have. It's not just official iRacing events, it's also some of the top private leagues that are here on iRacing that are shown on the iRacing Esports Network, so make sure you check them out. If you are watching on Twitch, hello everybody from Twitch as well. If you're not already, please click the follow button, because you want to keep up to date with all the iRacing content that you can here, so make sure you give us a follow on there as well. I'm Paul Smith. Alongside me in the commentary booth here for RaceSpot TV is Gary Weaver and Nolan Rempel, and we've all been on commentary for just about 5 hours now in this part of the broadcast. We will be switching over broadcasts in about an hour's time, because we're doing these in 6-hour splits. For those of you who didn't hear us earlier when we explained it, basically with the way that YouTube works, any event, any streams that are over 8 hours long, it doesn't save the whole portion of the broadcast for the video on demand of the live stream. So what we do is we split it up into 6-hour portions, just so that it means that anybody can then come back and watch this race in the future and see what happened in this one here. So definitely that's why we do that, and also it gives the broadcasters as well, who are operating the cameras and the graphics, gives us just a nice sort of, it's a long broadcast, is 6 hours to be doing that, but anything longer than that and things start getting a little bit sloppy, much like my commentary work right now, because it is currently coming up to 1 AM in the UK. But with that, we've hit another hour here in the race, so it's time to go through once again your standings here, and we'll start with the prototype cars here at the front of the field. VRS Corner Sim Sport, the number 8 car, still in the lead of this one, 58.2 seconds. That gap has come down because they do owe us a pit stop here at this point, compared to the Team Redline number 33 car that's in second place. So that gap has been closing here in this one. Team Redline third with the number 6 car. They are currently showing us 1 lap down. Super Sport Racing, they've just come onto pit road as we're speaking right now, so they dropped down to 5th because DriveX Esports are out on the track at the moment. Top Freak Racing Sunset are 7th with Simicube Inex Racing in... No, the Top Freak Racing are in 6th, Simicube Inex Racing are in 7th, and then Apex Racing Team are in 8th place, and it's worth pointing out that the Team RSO car is in 9th place right behind them. In your GTE field, it is the Team Redline GT car in the lead of this one, 52 seconds ahead of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car that are in second place. Logitech GL to C Sports third place, a minute and a half behind your race leader, with one of the GT3 cars just having a spin down at turn number 1. AAA Esports Black are in 4th with SimRC.de tight 5th. Red Bull Racing Esports are in 6th place with Prologue. React Esports Pink 7th place, and Evolution Racing Team rounding out the top 8 of the field here in the GTE class. And then GT3 leader right now, just ahead of your GTE field leader. It is RS Competition then. They are currently a minute and 36. The gap that they've pulled out here, RS, has been absolutely incredible, lap after lap, quicker than the Simsa car in second place. Pure Racing Team currently in third place, so there's quite a great recovery drive from Pure Racing Team to get up into third. Core Sim Racing are in fourth place, with Movano Sim Racing Yellow fifth. Evolution Sim Sport wrapped up. I swear down, people who use Evolution are determined to make me confused. They're in sixth place with S2V Esports in seventh. And DRS Wave Italy, the team that were challenging for the lead at the start of our portion of the broadcast, down in 8th place. Their last pit stop was 1 minute and 52 seconds. They've had to take some repairs. And, well, Nolan, we're heading into the final hour of our portion of the broadcast here as a team here on the commentary. It's been a really good race, is this one. I've enjoyed working on this part of the broadcast, and you're asking if I'm okay. Sleep deprivation is starting to come into a factor.
Yeah, I could kind of tell through that, through the little recap, but things have been very interesting. You know, we've, like I've been saying, and I'm going to start sounding like a broken record, we've had thrills, we've had spills, we're going to continue to have thrills and spills as the time goes on. We've had times like now where things have just kind of settled down, so we're able to talk about, you know, strategies or just, I guess, whatever happens to be on the mind at the time. And when it comes to, you know, longer races like these, it is a quite unique experience, because they certainly don't happen, you know, every single week. Usually the races that we do are about, let's say, about 18 hours at least shorter than this.
Well, Gary, you know, we've been paying attention to some of the close battles that have been out on track, but it's worth pointing out what a domination RS competition have put in the last 2 or 3 hours here, to be able to pull out over 1.5 minute gap on the second place Simsa car. And the thing is, they're both on similar pit stop strategies as well. It's not like one is owing as a pit stop yet. Gary? I think we've lost Gary here. We've got a technical issue with Gary. Hopefully we'll have him come back. So we'll oh,
there we go.
There we go. It's working now.
Hey!
Yay! We got there in the end. We're a little bit figuring out, but we got there. But yeah, Gary, you were saying about the GT3 leaders. Absolute domination these last few hours.
Yeah, our competition has been absolutely incredible. I mean, I think at the beginning of this, we always saw them at least P2, maybe P3 at some times, but now that they pulled out a minute or a minute plus, basically, it's just absolutely incredible. It's really possibly to talk of that class for the time being.
As they head on through the banking once again, Evolution Sim Sport, the number 37 car, coming onto pit road in your GT3 field, so they're getting another pit stop underway. As also Biela Racing Team Euronics GTE, they're headed onto pit road as well. Sven Haas behind the wheel of their car. Now, I'm going to go back to the Sim Racing Expo here with this, but me growing up as a touring car fan, I remember watching Frank Biela, whose name is on this team. It's not just his name that's attached to the team, he is involved with this team as Frank. I remember watching him in touring cars. He won the British Touring Car Championship in 1996. He went on to win at Le Mans as well with the Audi team. So to have a name like this attached to a team is one thing. When you get to the Sim Racing Expo and you sat there watching one of the races that you're not commentating on, and literally 6 seats down from you is sat Frank Biela, a multiple Le Mans winner and touring car champion that you grew up watching and thinking he is one of the greatest drivers at the moment, it's a little bit of a surreal experience there, Nolan.
I can imagine, and I've had my share of surreal experiences. Like, there have been quite a few drivers that I never thought I'd race alongside. And keep in mind, this isn't even from a Sim Racing Expo. Like, I was running in like, you know, of course, in the major series, and there are some drivers in there that I've said, these are some of the best right here, that all of a sudden I'm racing alongside them, and it's just like, this isn't real. Like, this can't be real. Of course, I haven't had anything as significant as that, and I'm really hoping I do, because I hear it's something quite special going forward. But, you know, you do have one of those experiences. It's one of those things that you just will never, ever forget as long as you live.
Yeah, it's just really crazy that somebody you've sort of idolized and maybe idolized is a bit much, but respect as a competitor and look up to, it's literally just a few seats down from you, and really enthused about esports. I mean, there's been Gary, I don't know if you saw the little spat that went on social media a week or so ago, but there's a lot of, you know, what people like to call real-life drivers. Everyone who's racing on this is a real-life race driver to me, and to quite a lot of people as well, because you are competing at some of the highest level. But there's more and more people who are getting into and getting involved in esports and in sim racing from the world of, say, NASCAR, for instance, or from Formula One. We've seen that with Max Verstappen, and in the past Lando Norris, and all sorts of drivers. We're seeing more and more that the esports side of motorsport is getting accepted and respected as well.
Yeah, it's definitely, I've definitely seen that for sure. The thing is, like, some people think that, I put this vaguely, that really some people don't entirely think that, that goes back to your point, that people don't think esports racers, like here on iRacing, aren't real racers. Well, they are, because they're doing this, you know, they're not doing it in person, of course, but that doesn't mean they aren't doing it at all, because everyone is still putting in the real time that, you know, the equivalent real-life drivers would do. So that definitely kind of backs down the argument of, well, real-life drivers don't like this. I mean, they do. We see, like you mentioned, Max Verstappen. We've also seen, even from the NASCAR side mainly, the teams actually coming in to for the eNASCAR iRacing series. They're actually actual teams for that series. So it's definitely something that's very widely accepted throughout the real racing community, for sure.
Sammy Matty-Trogan, who won the iRacing Rallycross Championship, he races in the Rallycross 2 Championship, I believe it is, and as part of the World Rallycross circuit that goes around the world. So, yeah, these are drivers who compete at the highest level, or some of the highest level. Ty Majeski, of course. Ty, he came from pretty much from iRacing, didn't Ty? So you're seeing all these people come through from the esports world and go on to such great things, and I think a lot more people are seeing this as a place to hone your talents and learn and keep your experience up and your racecraft up here in Ireland, in the sim world, to then take it to the racetrack on a weekend.
Oh, absolutely, and we've even seen, you know, drivers do that in real life. Like, if you remember, several years ago, Tony Stewart and Lewis Hamilton, they did that car swap at Watkins Glen, where they both drove each other's cars, and iRacing even did a video on that, showing how Tony Stewart used iRacing to prepare for that. Like, the sim racing world, and just with how realistic iRacing can be, it can translate into real world racing experience. Even Gregor Hutu's story is a great example of that. So all of this stuff, it is genuinely amazing to see just how far, you know, the technology has come. And even what Parker Quickerman was telling us earlier today in the interview that we had with him, he's hoping that eventually this can actually be a proper stepping stone in the motorsports racing ladder, like in the real world. And I hope the same thing, because you can only really go up from here. And already it's been labeled as one of the most realistic motorsport simulators of all time.
Well, there we go. I mean, if that isn't a sale for iRacing, I don't know what will be. But yeah, you're seeing the value of the sim here, and we're seeing how it works out for them. Now, just worth pointing out, the gap at the front of your field, they're on different strategies, different stints, but it's down to 17.8 seconds here, Gary. So Atze Kirchhoff has had the pace over Tommy Østgaard these last couple of stints.
Yeah, that pace, excuse me, is definitely closing for, definitely fluctuating in a sense, and the timing is something to definitely keep a very, very close eye on. As well, you can see the timing here is that Østgaard is doing a wonderful job, but even though Kirchhoff's still officially over at this point, 3 hours of racing, and I think, if I'm looking at this correctly, nope, not yet, okay, so almost 3 hours of, well, definitely over 3 hours of racing, maybe 20 minutes or so added on to that, so still just running it down P2 in class, and that's just absolutely, and overall as well, it's just something that I still cannot get over, is the fact that 3 hours of this, back-to-back multiple pit stops, barely a little bit of time to rest in those pit stops. It is just absolutely incredible, but still throughout all that, still closing the gap now down to first place, which is now 17.7 or so seconds.
Worth just quickly going through what has happened in this race so far. So for those of you who weren't here at the start of the broadcast that Will and the gang brought you, well, it is worth pointing this out. So VRS Quantum Sim Sport did actually qualify first, second and third in the prototype qualifying, with one of the Williams teams on pole in the GT category. I believe that was the Chill Blast car, and Pure Racing team were your GT3 pole position sitters. There was a couple of instances in the first hour, the first sort of 5 laps of the race. Obviously felt the GTE had an incident at turn 1 and had to wait a long time before they could get back on the track, and then the VRS Quantum Sim Sport number 88 car had an incident at turn number 1 with Max Verstappen in the Team Red Line number 33 car. That was on lap 5, and again that was down at turn number 1. A little bit of contact between the two of them, and that sent the 88 car off into the runoff, gave the 33 car a little bit of front end damage as well. The 88 Coanda then had another incident in the third hour of the race. Oh no, in the last part of the second hour of the race, sorry, should I say, with the Top Freak Racing car down at turn number 3. Then everything sort of calmed down a little bit there. The Burst Esports car crashed at the bus stop chicane after about 5 hours or so. That put them out of the race. The Coanda number 18 car in the prototypes, they had a spin going into the International Horseshoe. They caught the grass going onto the braking zone of the International Horseshoe, lost control, and in fact that affected their number 88 teammate, having to take a voiding action, went onto the grass and ended up making a little bit of rubbing. The battle for GT3 lead was sort of swapping in the pit cycles between RS Competition and also the DRS Wave car, and then as we went on further through, the Williams Razor car lost control trying to lap a GT3 car at the bus stop chicane on the entry to that. At the same time as that happening, the Apex Racing car number 91 and the DRS Wave prototype made side-to-side contacts going into the bus stop chicane, all whilst that Williams Esports Razor car was spun across the grass there. The CTC Racing Black car going into the West Horseshoe, they had a spin, catching the grass, lost control, didn't hit any wall, but they really had to wait a long time. It cost them about 40 seconds or so in traffic there, waiting for a gap to be able to get going again. Then further on in that one, the Commander 88, they locked up their tyres going into the hairpin before you head back onto the oval portion of the track. That caused them severe damage to the front end. That meant that they had to take a repair and get going again after about 3.5 minutes on pit road. The Simsa number 17, that is actually second place GT3 car. They got a little bit of contact from the Evolution Racing Team 26 car going into the bus stop chicane. They took to the runoff, but then they carried on. And that's pretty much the sort of major incidents that have happened in this race so far that been sort of taking notes of throughout this race. So just to get you all up to speed there with 42 minutes remaining on our portion of the broadcast. Core Sim Racing, the 24 Samuel Bear, is currently about a second behind the Pro Racing Team GT3 car, and they are currently pushing along, trying to keep going and keeping the draft there of Denis Grabowski in front. DRS Wave Italy as well, they're involved in a battle with S2V Esports. That's for 6th and 7th place in the GT3 category. And the battle of GTEs, there is a close battle for the leader GTE. However, Alexander Voss in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car does owe us a pit stop here. So Gary, really the battles at the moment are in your GT3 category, and we're going to stick with this 6th and 7th place DRS Wave Italy AMG and the S2V Esports car.
Yeah, these battles going to be going on for a while, pretty much until the next pit stop, really, depending on who is where, and that could be a little bit soon in terms of, well, a few laps, really, because the car that we're looking at right now, riding on board the 321 on 18 laps of their current run compared to the driver in front of DRS Wave Italy at 22 laps. So it's really just a matter of who's going to pit first, and the closest thing that we can really see to seeing who's going to be where on pit strategy.
To come through turn 3 and 4 of the oval course here. And I'm going to point this out here, Nolan, in your GT3 class. I think that your race leader in GT3 is about to put a lap on the Simsa car. They're very close to putting a lap on them.
Yes, I actually see that. Yes, just off turn number 4 now comes Lassay Black from the RS Competition car, who's getting 2 wheels on the apron. Getting a little close to the bottom with one of the BMW GGs really squeezing him down there. The MSI Esports really not doing your GT3 leader any favors on the front straightaway. And Lewis Goodway is in danger of being 1 lap down in your GT3 field, which will of course mean that for the first time all day in the past about 11.5 hours, we will have had a car lap every single driver in their class.
As we can see, they're coming into the International Horseshoe. No, that's not the International. That's the West Horseshoe, should I say? Heading on towards the hairpin at the point where they return to the oval. And it's a tricky corner, is that, Gary? You don't realise how tricky it is until you try being on worn tyres going around that left-hander, because there's a bump right on the apex of that corner and you can just kick the back end of the car out, as we've seen with a number of cars having moments through that left-hander.
Yeah, it's definitely a very tricky corner. I've had my fair share of, oh gosh, this is not the right way to do this corner moments, so...
I don't think you would have said, oh gosh, at the time, though, but it's not broadcastable, I suppose.
Yep.
Still, though, yeah, it gets the point across. But either way, it's definitely, it's a tricky corner, because you think you can kind of, like, carry speed, but you have to go, like, maybe a quarter throttle and half throttle. Yeah, you just have to ease into the throttle sometimes, or you just have to be really careful. It's a really Yeah, it's a unique corner in its own right for this racetrack configuration because you're kind of expecting a little bit of a 90-degree turn, not one that you have to gradually track outwards and hope for the best. So yeah, with this onboard camera, this would actually be great. So here you'd expect to really just go into here, turn to the corner, then just immediately go right back out. But the thing is, you have to do it a little bit later, and you have to hope that you get the rumble strip, if you're lucky enough, just on the exit of that corner. It's a very quick corner in a sense, but it's definitely room for some type of error at some points.
Well, no, and you've got experience of that left-hander coming onto the oval as well.
Oh, we are going to tell that story. Okay, yes. So it was the last lap of my little roar for the 24. I was sitting in the nice, comfortable 5th place. I had to start from the pits. So I was perfectly happy with that. Coming back onto the oval, I hit that bump and had to do a full 360 spin. I had a nice 8-second gap. That quickly shrunk down to 4/10. So I had to beat him in a drag race to the line. It was a good fight though in the end. But yes, that bump, it's interesting, shall we say. It keeps you on your toes, and you even saw in the little onboard shot there a little bit more of some wheel jiggling throughout that, as well as it'll be at Kirchhoff down into the pit lane. Will the machine decide to give his gears a rest this time? We'll have to wait and see. Coming down into the pits, going to be running into a nice stop, hopefully in the stall. Do not slide it, as always. Will he be getting out of the car this time, though? Still, if he stays in for another stint, then I will... No, there, okay. He is getting out of the car. So, there it is. Your driver change has finally occurred. Dominic Ferber into the machine now for the Team Redline DP1.
I've got to ask, because you mentioned you had to do a 360. Was it a no-scope?
It almost was. I did almost come back onto the track, so...
But yeah, in all seriousness though, Dominic Farber taking over from Atze Kirchhoff then, out of pit road, in a hurry down onto the exit of pit lane, and up and running again for that Team Redline car. So yeah, Atze has earned that break. He really has. It's been a heck of an effort from him, and that car is looking nice and clean now after that pit stop, Gary. So you know, get your head down now, Dominic, and get pushing on to try and close up that gap even more to Tommy Erstgaard.
And that gap was definitely going to be, hopefully will be closed in this run. The thing is, though, it was almost, I believe just about 3 hours and 40 minutes was that run. So that was absolutely incredible. As we see Burton Kligerman Esports, the 44 machine, Christian Challenger now in the pit box. I believe swapping out, if I'm correct, double checking that right now. But definitely in pit road, and well, Challenger's actually still on his run. So since about 328, currently 394. We'll see if definitely staying a long time in pit road, 30 seconds, so might also be getting some tires on that machine as well.
Well, it usually pulls away now if it's fuel, and it is fuel only for that car. So Christian Challenger staying behind the wheel, 15th place for the Burton Kligerman Esports car. Now that's one thing that we didn't have in that interview earlier on, with Parker, was the fact that they were maybe a little bit easier on their fuel, as we've had an instant, actually, not fuel, on their tyres. We've had an instant with the Radicals car. We'll have to look back at this one. There's another prototype involved in that one as well. I'm trying to see which one it is, but we'll head on into turn number 1.
It was the Supersport machine.
Yeah, Supersport. So this is, yeah, 4th place. Oh, they're both synchronized, sliding there, almost collecting a GT3 car. Big moment for them then into turn number 1. 4th place, Supersport. That's heart in mouth moment. Here we go on board. Slide, bang. There's a little bit of contact, a little bit of damage to the right rear. We'll circle that for you right there. So a little bit of damage on the vehicle, gets back up and running. So yeah, the Radicals car was involved in that one. I want to get on board with them as well if I can. I'll just got it a little bit late. Let's try and get it back a little bit further. Here we are then, on board with Radicals. Sven Kemmert. And it was simultaneous here, Nolan. It was just both of them at the same time. They both break away.
Yeah, it's such an easy thing to do, and that just shows, how difficult that can really be for the drivers when they're coming into the braking zone for turn number 1. And it also shows why you shouldn't really be watching another driver with his line, because if that driver messes up, you're likely to do the exact same mistake, and it looks like that's just what happened with Sven Kemmert, because it was almost the exact same thing. And there you see the damage on the right front clearly outlined. That's actually a pretty nice circle, if I do say so, but
I've been practicing.
It's a right front fender damage, and it is significant. It's pretty darn significant. As you can see from that camera angle, that is definitely going to be affecting the overall performance of that prototype.
It certainly is, and they'll have to get that repaired in the pits. It'll be a new clip on the front end then, so there'll be a little bit of extra time spent on pit road getting that repaired. But to be honest, they've got a 4-lap gap back to the VRS Quantum Sim Sport number 88 car, so don't need to worry too much about the damage on that car. Speaking of VRS Quantum Sim Sport, Sage Karam comes down onto pit road for a service right now. I would imagine it's just going to be the usual fuel and tyres, get the fuel and tyres done at the same time. And these prototypes, Gary, are really lucky that they can get to do that, because it means they can just take fresh tyres every single lap. Every single pit stop.
Yeah, every single lap, that'd be a slight problem. Definitely worthy of a little bit of a break for the time being. Some time to breathe, relax, rest a little bit as well. Maybe take a driver swap, but definitely just like you mentioned, the ability to have a clean car as they are now down and away. As just tires, maybe fuel if you need it, or tires, or both even. But really, it's in general a lot less time spent on pit road.
As he comes out alongside the Red Bull Racing Esports car. Currently in third place, Sebastian Job doing a good job in that Red Bull Racing Esports GTE BMW, the M8. Of course, we saw a field of M8s racing last week in the BMW 120 event around here, which was before this event. So it was great to see so many drivers competing in that and doing a good job there. So yeah, great stuff for them to be out there going onto the NASCAR Oval corners right now. Lap 22 of their stint for Sebastian Job. Don't forget, you can keep up to date with all of the action here on Racespot TV. Visit racespot.tv/timing. Keep up to date with all of the drivers here in this race, all of the teams. You've got the stint lengths, you've got which driver is in the car, what position they're in overall, and in their category as well. So make sure you check that out. racespot.tv/timing. And keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. And look at the queue of traffic here, Nolan. Going down the pit straight into the tri-oval. It's just a huge line of cars here.
Well, we get this every now and then with the occasional traffic starting to bottleneck up into the front of, these drivers, and it's certainly not uncommon. And we did see a big puff of smoke up front as they were going down into that turn 1, and it did appear that the CTC Racing red machine had a moment in the first corner. Had a little bit one of those self-spins. Thank goodness nobody around that car, but there you see on that track visual, all of the cars through and mixed out into each other, and among those is, of course, your third place runner in GTE, Sebastian Job, who's still trying to work his way through, trapped behind don't go 3 wide here, boys. And at GTE, the prototype for the Team Redline DP2 tried to find a way through, but the Red Bull Racing Esports machine said, I would rather take that line to get around this Mercedes, which I've been stuck behind for a few corners. Basically muscled the prototype out of line, Is the traffic really starting to work their way through?
And of course, it's the leader of GT3 involved in this queue of cars as well. We saw that track map up, and you saw how there's quite a lot of cars together in one group, and then there's big gaps out for the rest of the field. So really interested to see how that's all sort of gapping out there and working away. But round the final corners here, second place GT3, and look at how that speed difference there. There's not really the speed difference. The Simsa car, the second place GT3 car, having to just maybe get out of it a little bit, and here comes the leader of GT3 to put a lap on your second place car. So now Gary, the leader of GT3, a whole lap ahead of their next rivals.
Yeah, and that's going to be the most relaxing thing for them to know about, is that they're an entire lap ahead. They have all the time in the world, and so far, it's going to be coming down to pretty much the rest of the race. All they have to do is keep up that kind of consistency, and well, by the end of this race, they should be P1 and GT3.
A team that I haven't mentioned much recently in this broadcast is Team RSO. They're currently in 9th place, 14 seconds behind the Apex Racing team. They were battling with Apex Racing team for a while, but they've now dropped back in all of this. And Nolan, you've seen something on track. If you want to let me know who it is, I believe it's Radicals.
It was the Radicals Online Simmortal machine from Billy Fletcher. Remember we were talking about that king can catch people out with yellow header stories? Well, it just happened there. The car started to go to the left. That was definitely overcorrected, and the car just snapped right. Nothing he could do. That was right behind that big train of traffic, and he was caught on the racing line as prototypes were on their way in. So thankfully, he did back that off of the track. This onboard, watch his wheel goes right and just snaps to the left, and there really is nothing he can do in that situation. And good thing that he did manage to get that car back out off the track, but that goes to show how difficult that corner really can be, especially on slightly worn tires.
You are a complete passenger at the point when you correct it and it snaps around like that. And Billy Fletcher, hats off to you as well for not just driving immediately onto the apex of the corner, but instead reversing on the grass and returning in a sensible manner, because too often we're seeing people in these races just lose control, and rather than thinking the bigger picture of, oh, who else is around, they're just immediately, oh, I've made a mistake, I've got to get back on as quickly as possible, and they end up affecting other people's races and even crashing into people.
And even around the International Horseshoe, there's actually right here a separate lane you can see right there on the left-hand side. So he could have even backed up onto that and used that to rejoin, because that's technically outside of the racing line. You can see the exit of that right there. So he could have done that as well, but he did have an open gap, so it's definitely reasonable enough to just back up in the grass and then go back onto the main portion of the racing circuit. So yeah, rejoining and knowing essentially just where your car is in general, because we saw when Fletcher had spun it out, you saw him immediately when he realized he was backwards. He took that opportunity to turn the wheel to the left-hand side, so he reversed essentially off the racetrack into the grass. So definitely great heads-up awareness to see, or to not really endanger anyone else's race, or even himself even that little bit more.
RevMatch Esports have been on pit road. They've had a full service back underway. Radicals Online JRT, they're on pit road. They're going to change drivers. Ryan Littlemore jumping in to that car. So that's the car, of course, that's got the damage on the front right there. Kevin Vanderlind as well. He's onto pit road from second place. It's now fallen behind his teammate in Team Redline down to third place, but a big enough gap for them not to be losing any more places, and back up underway they go. Is the Radicals Online car got a new front clip? And the answer is yes, they do. So that's being fixed for them there as well. And I can't believe it, we've got 23 minutes remaining in this portion of the broadcast before we change on over, just to let people know how that works. So on YouTube you're going to be going on to a new broadcast, a new section of the broadcast for the hours 12 to 18 of the race. On Twitch there'll be just a little break, there'll be a little gap in the coverage whilst we switch our broadcasters over. So but then that'll get back up and running, and then it will be Randy Cheneth will be running that broadcast for you there. We will leave a link to the new YouTube broadcast when we're getting closer to that switchover happening here on the broadcast. But with 22 minutes remaining here, let's have a look. You can see at the top of the screen there, just below the scrolling bar, we've got the class leaders, which is VRS Quantum Sim Sport and Prototypes, Team Redline in GTE category, and RS Competition in your GT3 category. And in fact, what we'll do is a little bit of RaceSpot TV fan immersion with RS Competition right now. as RS Competition lead your GT3 field. With that RaceSpot TV fan immersion, we've got a pit stop happening for S2V Esports. They are on pit road as we talk right now. But yeah, that is your GT3 leader, then a little bit of RaceSpot TV fan immersion. Good to give them a little bit of exposure there in the race. We've had a question, by the way, Gary. I'm going to point this out. One of the Twitch chatters asked, does anyone know how to spectate the Daytona 24 Hours from InSim? So, so people can actually spectate the sessions in the sim. If you've got the iRacing account, you can do that. All you need to do is you need to go to the home page, the iRacing member site homepage, and in the bar in the top third of it, you'll see an option that says, second option from the left says find official races. If you hover over that, it'll then bring up a pop-up menu from that, and you can watch, ghost, or crew or spot cars. It'll come up with that. And when you hover over that, it comes up with an option that pops out to the side that says Oval Series races, Road Series races, etc. You want to select Road Series races and then find the session that you want to sort out and watch, spectate from. So I hope that helps out for that. So yeah, that's a service that we're providing here on the Daytona 24 Hours, the live coverage on the iRacing Esports Network. Paul Smith, Gary Weaver and Nolan Rempel. And Gary, we're going to have a little bit of peace and quiet from Nolan here because he's got pizza now, so he's going to be a little bit quiet now.
I can talk still.
Shush you. But yeah, just rubbing it in my face that he can eat away whilst I've got to do about 17 different things at once here. But yeah, we are going to be coming up towards the end of this stint of this portion of the broadcast here, Gary. So yeah, we've got 13 minutes remaining. What's been your sort of takeaway from this, really, here out of this 6 hours?
Throughout this entire 6 hours, it's been relatively calm for the time being. We have had our fair share of moments, but relatively it's all been spread out. And right when I say that, yeah, down to the inside pit wall, somebody that spun, not sure who that is at the time. It's the 13 of Prologue React Esports Blue, and they may have made a toe instead. What happened, corner entry to turn 1, they just lost any and all grip and spun it down, and a huge, oh man, they hit something big on the inside. It may have been the wall. Yeah, it was. So it may have been way too damaged to continue, and that was just in the way of the 334 of Andrew Caron of Mivano Sim Racing Yellow on pit exit at the same time. So if Mivano Sim Racing Yellow had exited just maybe 5-10 seconds earlier or later, earlier I guess, that would have been absolutely disastrous.
That is a huge incident then for the 13 Prologue. We'll have a look one final time from above then. So this is the view from above into turn number 1, and the back end just get braked away from them, and at that point they're really a passenger, and bang into the pit wall there. Nothing you could do, and they've taken a tour back to the pits. That's heavy damage done to that GT3 car. Certainly it'll be suspension damage on the front right, possibly suspension damage on the rear right as well of that car, and they'll be sat on pit road for a very long time there, Nolan.
Yes, indeed they will, and props to that Movano car for managing to read that situation and get down, because that is not a wide pit exit lane. That is probably as narrow as they can come. So the fact that he managed to somehow duck around that and avoid that, I still don't know how in the world he did it.
Well, that is what's been happening there in that dramatic moment then. It's so easy to do that though, when you're braking and turning at the same time, and it is actually amazing. It shows the level of competition here and the level of skill that more people don't do that. So Apex Racing Team, by the way, 0.7 of a second behind Simicube Inex Racing's Justin Brunner. Apex will be pitting in the next sort of 10 laps or so, so they'll be taking the service soon, whereas Justin Brunner is only on lap 13 of a stint, so 11 laps longer our Apex Racing Team there on the pit cycle at the moment, but they are involved in the battle in the prototypes for 7th and 8th place here as they come through the bus stop chicane here. But with 10 minutes remaining in our portion of the broadcast, we have put a link in the chat of YouTube for because YouTube will be changing changing onto a different race and different stream part of the stream here. You can tell I'm getting a bit tired here. I ran out of energy drink over an hour ago here as down the inside of that Simicube Inex racing car goes Johan Half up into 7th place then. An Apex Racing Team looking to now try and pull away as much as they can here, but they needed to get that move done there, Gary.
Yeah, that move is definitely closing in, and the opportunity, I should say, is definitely closing in to make a move as quickly and as, well, definitely safely and soon as possible, just while just really get anything. As we see VRS Quinta Simsport, the overall leader in pit road, and, well, second place just for really distance cases, just now getting back out onto the oval circuit on the exit of the road course out of turn 6, NASCAR oval turn 1. So according to Simsport, number 8 definitely has a lot of time to work with. So really a lot of relaxing room, a massive buffer, nothing to worry about. So it does not look like Tommy Osgard will switch out with any other drivers for the time being. So looks like it will be just the 8 machine going out once again after what looks to be a fuel and tires only pit stop for now. And I just wanted to bring this up really quickly. We have roughly, heavily emphasizing the word roughly, 5,491 drivers racing in separate splits or in total splits of the Daytona 24-hour race.
That is a fantastic number of people all competing here on iRacing as the core sim racing car comes onto pit road right now. But yeah, an incredible number of people competing here. Change of driver for core. Pascal Sticks getting in behind the wheels. That's going to be a full service for them. Nolan, I asked Gary this. I'm going to ask you, what's been your takeaway of this last 6 hours of this race?
Well, I'd say a takeaway that I would definitely have is that, you know, this race has definitely been very entertaining for the first 6 hours. It's been entertaining for the second 6 hours. It's most likely going to be entertaining for the third 6 hours, and then, of course, the final 6 hours as well. So this race has been very entertaining so far, and I would definitely encourage people to stay on tune because it's like we've been seeing throughout this race. You never know what's going to happen.
Okay, so we're heading towards the end of this part, and we're counting down towards the end of this section of the race. But for myself, I mean, I've really enjoyed this one. It's been a fun-filled race, a little bit of drama involved in this one, plenty of good battles out on track, and see how it goes as we head on into the next part. Justin Brunner moving ahead of Apex Racing Team because they have headed on to pit road then for their latest pit stop. And well, down on pit road they go. On the brakes. Switch of driver then, so it's Michele Constantini is going to jump behind the wheel for them. And well, We'll see how they get on there. Of course, a little bit out of sync compared to the SimuCube Inex racing car, and the Team RSO car is out there on track at the moment that we were battling with earlier. Michelle Constantini out of pit road after 30 seconds, so he'll be up and running again for that one there. Really, the closest battle on track is actually between Burton Kligerman Esports and the Jean Alesi Esports Academy. And Gary, I mean, there's two names from the world of racing involved in esports here with this battle out on track for 14th and 15th in GTE.
That's absolutely incredible to see these drivers here on these tracks here again. Just really incredible overall. It's a thing that we've pretty much been talking about for the entire race, how esports could be, Harrison could soon be a stepping stone and possibly for racing into the real world. So it's definitely possible. It's just going to take it'll definitely take some adjusting to, but it's definitely possible and kind of a really exciting thing to look out for as we continue to watch this kind of a brewing battle, really, between, well, maybe not, because here comes Keegan Leahy now, and he's had a little bit of bad luck throughout this race, but he's still continuing on with number 88. So we'll see how all these drivers really sort themselves out here, and, well, just like that, it's already been quickly sorted out. Another DP coming through, Chris Fuller, just slotting himself right in between. A little bit of a close moment there, but definitely knows what he's doing.
As they come through the bus stop chicane and out again, there goes the Top Freak racing car. Chris Fuller, 6th place for them overall in the race. So we're heading through the bank turns here, but yep. We will take you through one final countdown of the standings as they are at the moment here. So let's do that right now for you. I'll let you know then, the prototype leader is Tommy Erstgaard for VRS Quanta Sim Sport. They are leading this race by 28.9 seconds as Dominic Faber has been losing time compared to his teammate Atze Kirchhoff. For the Team Red Line number 33 car, who is in 2nd place. 3rd place for the Team Red Line number 6 car, 1 minute 4 behind your race leader though, so they have been slowly dropping back. DriveX Esports are in 4th place. They've been pretty much there all the time that we've been running along in this stint of the broadcast, with Supersport Racing in 5th place. Top Freak Racing, as we mentioned there, 6th place overall in the prototypes, with SimuCube Inex Racing 7th, and Team RSO lining up in 8th place here in your prototype category. For your GTAs, it's Team Redline GT that's leading that one by almost a minute here, ahead of Williams Esports Chill Blast. Alexander Voss is in 2nd place, with Logitech Altus Esports 3rd place, AAA Esports Black 1 lap down on your race leader in 4th place, with Red Bull Racing Esports Sebastian Job 5th. Now pit stops will come into effect soon, so you will see that Red Bull car moving up through the field in the next 10 minutes or so. SimRC.de Titan 6th place, with Prologue React Esports Paint 7th. Evolution Racing Team, the number 26 car, rounding out the top 8 of your GTE field. Then for GT3, well, it is RS competition. Sims Esports are 1 lap behind. They have lapped the entire field of your GT3 class. Here have RS competition. Pure Racing Team with a recovery drive here, 3rd place. They're 16 seconds behind the Simsa car, and they are charging down upon them. 4th place for the Court Sim Racing 24 car. The sister car is out of the race after damage, after finding the wall in NASCAR's turns 1 and 2. The 5th place for number 37 Evolution Simsport Raptor car, Wyatt Gooden, is in that car, 4 seconds behind, so not that far behind the core sim racing car. With DRS Wave Italy, they were one of the early battlers for the race lead, down into 6th place. Movano Sim Racing Yellow 7th, and then S2V Esports rounding out the top 8 of your GT3 field. But that is going to be all for this portion of the broadcast. If you are on YouTube, check the link in your chat, because we're moving on to a new part of the broadcast. On Twitch, there'll just be a little gap of of the changeover here, so do stick around on Twitch, because we will be back with you very shortly whilst we do this changeover of broadcasters. But well, it's just time to say it has been a thrilling first half of the race here from Daytona, and we've got plenty more action coming up for you here in this event. Just a quick time to say thank you very much to my commentating colleagues for the last 6 hours. Nolan Rempel, Gary Weaver. I've been Paul Smith, both on camera work and on the commentary as well. Istvan Bello, trackcams22.com. I've provided our track cameras and car cameras, so make sure that you check them out as well. But from myself, Paul Smith, and all the crew here, switch on over if you're on YouTube to the new part of the broadcast on Twitch. We'll see you in about a minute or two. Thank you very much, everybody, and we'll see you soon in the next part of the Daytona 24 Hours here on the iRacing Esports Network.
¿Cómo va el pichón? Oye, no sé qué estaba corriendo. Sí.
Não sei se tens que ahorrar 18 voltas para chegar à la meia hora. Que não sei se será tanto. Tens
Acá, ¿cuál es la primera carrera que vamos a correr? Entonces, ¿cuál es la primera carrera que vamos a correr del campeonato ese? Pero digo yo que este martes que viene. Ponen en eso mañana, porque ¿y dónde elegimos nosotros el carro? Vamos a ir, ¿sabes? Llenarnos de esa vaina. Sigue enfocado ahí, vaya bien.
Okay.
mas todas as paradas.
Entró Red Bull. Tiren foto que vamos a estar tercero. Compárame con SimRC y la porquería.
40,5 sem draft. E Marco Pérez 41,6 lá, vai mais lenta, 41,3, 41,5, 41,6. Ahora si Merced va a dar fuego.
Pero él cambió ahora la goma, creo.
¿Dónde está? Sí.
Yo solo he hecho una. 65, Tibor me lo dejó en 64. Ahora el carro no tiene ni un solo por 4.
No empiezas a decir esto que es cuando pasan las
Uy.
cosas. Tienes ahí a Moisés, Alfredo y Abner Costa. Juntitos, juntitos.
Yo conozco a Moisés y a Abner, no importa. Ellos se han quitado. Sí, me reserva muy rápido. ¿Quién está montado? Claudius.
Sí. Y sin draft.
¿Qué hora es en el simulador?
5 de la mañana. Por aquí son las 4:30. Bien.
No te vayas, Carlito, que mi papá está en la cama, recuerda.
No, estoy por aquí más un rato.